Guided Tax, empowering your financial future. Expert financial planning, reliable taxation services, building wealth, minimizing tax, serving families and businesses nationwide. Contact us for further discussions.
Real estate has been my life for the past 20 years.
Look, anyone can write a contract, but Alka guides you to the right decision.
Alka's enthusiasm and professionalism in the real estate field makes her tops.
Yeah, we've known Alka for almost 20 years. We've done 8 transactions with her. Do we need to say anything more?
Good afternoon, folks. Welcome to US Minor League Cricket 2025. It is Strikers v Grizzlies at Morgan Hill. This is the second game of a doubleheader Friday here at Morgan Hill. We are at Strikers Cricket Ground, also known as Tarika. San Ramon Grizzlies won the toss and chose to bat first. It has been a blustery afternoon. We just witnessed a pretty high-scoring contest earlier when East Bay Blazers defeated San Diego Surf Riders by 57 runs. This is the second game on the bounce right here. We're waiting for the scorecard to populate on screen. Saurabh Netrawalkar is bowling left arm over the wicket to the opening batters of San Ramon Grizzlies. It is a pretty sunny, blustery afternoon here in Morgan Hill, Northern California. Folks who just joined the stream, welcome. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are. It is a game in the Pacific Conference, the Western Division. Guided towards the point region for a dot ball. It has been a sedate start by the openers. Saurabh bowling tight lines and keeping the batters in check. Defended into the offside watchfully by the batter. A lot of applause from the dugout and the fielders for the bowler. Tight start here. Tight lines and maybe a little bit of shape back into the right-hander. The umpires in the middle, Abhishek Singh and Sundaram. Guided towards the point region for a single to third man eventually. That is the end of or is it the end? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156 157 158 159 160 breezy, bordering on the blustery here at the ground. It is a bit of open landscape around the ground, even though we have some hills overlooking us. No big trees around us, so no shelter from strong winds as they pick up through the afternoon. That'll be an interesting challenge for the fielders when they run around any skiers. Punched into the offside for a well-run quick single. That is the third single, I believe, of the over. End of a very tidy first over from Saurabh Netrawalkar. I am still waiting for the score to populate on screen as we speak. Sandermont Grizzlies finished the first over with 3 for no loss. Rahul Jariwala and Aaron Johnson are the opening batters in the middle.
From USA to India, experience journeys like never before. Book your tickets today with Fantastic Fare, your ticket to cricket and beyond. Book today and celebrate with Fantastic Fare.
Correction to the audience, Naman Patil was the man who bowled the first over, not Saurabh. Kamran Hotak comes into the attack to bowl the second over. As we see on screen, the Sandermont Grizzlies playing 11. Aaron Johnson, Rahul Jariwala opening the batting. Ayan Desai, Sahil Garg, Vatsal Vagela, Harish Kakani making up the middle order. Akash Sundaresan, Mohammad Tahir, and a couple of players rounding out the 11. That has been driven by Aaron Johnson through the covers for the first boundary of the innings. Taj Wali at 10 and Kevin Stout at 11 to round out the 11 players for Grizzlies. This time launched aerially over mid-off. There is a man at long off running to his left to keep that to just 1. Driven to mid-off, a tumbling stop by the man at wide mid-off. Left arm pace and left arm spin to begin the first 2 overs for Grizzlies, similar to what the Blazers had on offer earlier. Ahmed Sai and Krishnamurthy opening the bowling for their side earlier in the piece. A lot of chirp from the strikers' dugout, encouraging the bowling unit. Bowled a little flatter and shorter, punched towards short cover for a dot ball. It's been a watchful start by both batters so far. Flatter again, punched into the covers. This time a tumbling half stop allows the batters to take a single. A dot to finish by Hotak. That is 8 runs off his first over. Grizzlies move to 11 for none after 2 overs. Shehan Jayasurya, Gary Graham, Kamran Houtak, Christopher Ramsaran, Nawaz Khan Katwazai, Pranay Suri, Raymond Reefer, Saurabh Netrawalkar, Shivam Mishra, and Yusuf Zazai. They are skippered by Raymond Reefer, while Grizzlies are skippered by Rahul Jariwala, who is also their keeper. Naman Patel back in for his second over. A stifled appeal. The batsman seems to be in a bit of trouble. That might have caught him in a midsection. We're back live after a mild hold-up. The batter seems to be okay after a bit of a blow to the midriff. Netrawalkar is back in action. On screen, we see the bowler as Naman Patel, but it's actually Saurabh Netrawalkar in business for this second over, for his second over. Defended into the offside for a single. The batter still seems to be having a little bit of after effects of the previous ball. Punched into the offside. He thinks about a single and he scampers back. The bowler fires in a throw which goes back all the way to fine leg for an overthrow. Rahul Jariwala is a 21-year-old from Fremont. Oh, that seems to have cut him in half. Ball just short of a length and cutting away from the right-handed batter. Looking at Rahul's 2024 season, he scored about 111 runs, averaging 29, at striking at 90 plus. 51 of 44 against San Diego, 90 of 56 against Seattle, his two best scores. He gives him some room and throws the bat at it. That goes on the bounce to the man at deep point for a single. For a second, I thought it might have been a four. As overthrows, unfortunately for the fielding unit. So it was a single to deep point, which became 4 overthrows on the leg side. That's 5 runs for the batting side. Defended watchfully by the batter. We have a bowling change in the works. Bowler number 3 is limbering up. I'm trying to find the name. The scorecard on screen is still reflecting incorrectly. N. Patil is actually Saurabh Netrewalkar, who's bowled 2 overs. Overs number 1 and 3. Netrewalkar figures of none for 9 after 2 overs. Number 66 is the bowler. That's an attempted launch. A bit of an edge bobbles into the point region. The offside field is packed at the moment for Jariwala. Yusuf Zazai is the man with the ball right now, 24-year-old quick from Paktia, Afghanistan. He's bowling off a pretty longish run-up. Jariwala drives through the covers but finds the fieldsman in the ring. Dot ball. Zazai has 19 wickets at an economy of 8.2 in his 22 T20 matches. He's nabbed 35 wickets in his first-class cricket career so far. Little bit of width. Jariwala going for a big booming drive, but no contact. This time punched down the ground. There is nobody at long on. That is going to go to the fence comfortably. That is Jariwala's first boundary, not counting the overthrown boundary. We are inside the first 6 overs, as a result of which only 2 fielders are outside the circle right now. All the fieldsmen in the offside are inside the ring. There's a ring of 1, 2, 3, 4 fieldsmen in the ring on the offside and 3 in the ring on the leg side. There's a man back at deep square leg. Defended into the offside for a quick single. The only 2 men in the deep are a deepish point and a deep square leg for both batters. Aaron A.J. Johnson, a 34-year-old Canadian international through Jamaica. 910 runs in his T20 career, at striking at 147, averaging 33. Bashed into the wicket by Zazai, watchfully defended into the point region for a quick single. A lot of strike rotation by both batters here against some tight bowling, and a 4 overs, 23 for none.
United Tax, empowering your financial future. Expert financial planning, reliable taxation services, building wealth, minimizing tax, serving families and businesses nationwide. Contact us for further discussions. Ramon Reefer bowling the 5th over of the innings. That was steered into the deep by Aaron Johnson for a single. Into the deep on the offside. Angled across the batter. Let's go, Ray, is the chip from the dugout. This time Jariwala goes for a big drive over covers, makes no contact again. Couple of dot balls on the bounce for Ramon Reefer. Boshed into the deep on the leg side. Mid-wicket gives chase. That might be an elusive chase though. Boundary for Jariwala on the leg side. Rahul moves to 16 with that boundary. That is the first boundary off the bat on the leg side. The previous two boundaries by both batters have been a cover drive from Aaron and a shot down the ground by Jariwala. Cut straight to the man at cover point in the ring. Skipper Reefer gets an early breakthrough for the strikers. Jariwala has to depart for 16 runs of 16 balls. Grizzlies 28 for 1 after 4.5 overs. That has bowled into the pitch, slanting across the right-hander. Jariwala trying to free his arms up, unfortunately finding the fieldsman in the ring.
Kevin Stout is the man in at number 3. That is tight bowling from Reefer, forcing the batsman into a defensive.
Real estate has been my life for the past 20 years.
Look, anyone can write a contract, but Alka guides you to the right decision.
Alka's enthusiasm and professionalism in the real estate field makes her tops.
Yeah, we've known Alka for almost 20 years. We've done 8 transactions with her. Do we need to say anything more?
.28 for 1 after 5 overs. Yusuf Zazai bowling right arm over to Kevin Stout. Launches into a drive through the offside. It beats the man at deep third man for 4. There is a pacey ball and a fierce stroke from the batter. Actually, Aaron Johnson, the man on strike right now. He moves to 15 or 14 with that 4. Flashed away into the deep of a pacey offering. Aaron Johnson's highest score in T20 cricket is 121 not out against Panama. He more recently scored a 34 against Bahamas in June. Gives it a bit of room and slaps it to the deep third man region for another boundary. There's Aaron Johnson, consecutive boundaries of the flashing blade of AJ. Just a wee bit of room was enough for him to find all the momentum to smash it towards third man for 4. Zazai under a little bit of pressure this over. He bowled a tidy first over. Worked away off the pads towards the deep square leg region. There is a man in the deep to clean that up. A lot of applause from the San Ramon Grizzlies dugout. Johnson moves to 20 of 16. Zazai to bowl to Kevin for the first time. Worked away into the leg side for what appears to be a single. A lot of chirp from the San Ramon Grizzlies dugout, chirping away and encouraging every run. Guided into the offside. They have enough time for a single despite the fieldsman intercepting it at the ring. It's been a productive over so far for the Grizzlies batters. A couple of boundaries early up by AJ and 3 singles on the bounce. One more ball coming up. It is quite the breezy afternoon, which might present a challenge for the faster bowlers as they run into the crease to stay balanced. Bowled full, driven into the offside. They have enough time for a single. There's a mild fumble. They actually can scamper back for 2. That is a pretty productive over. 13 runs off of it, 41 for 1 after 6 are the Grizzlies.
From USA to India, experience journeys like never before. Book your tickets today with Fantastic Fare, your ticket to cricket and beyond. Book today and celebrate with Fantastic Fare.
Ramon referred to continue bowling from the far end. He's back for his second over. The power plays are done. So the field a lot more spread out right now. Worked into the vacant mid-wicket region by AJ for a single. It is a 5-4 field for the right-handers, 5 on the offside. That beats the batter's attempted defensive shot. Bashed into the wicket. Kevin defends that into the offside for a dot ball. This time Kevin punches it towards the deep mid-wicket region. Oh, there's a tumble at the non-striker's end. Just for a wee second, he might have thought of 2, but he slips at the bowler's end and he's on his back right now. Hopefully he's all okay, as the umpire and bowler help him back up. Third man's been pulled into the ring for AJ. Beats the batter. The keeper manages to keep that in check. Might have been a little bit of a shape away from the left-hander after pitched. Away from the right-hander, correction. It's been tidy stuff from Ramon Reefer, the skipper so far. About to complete his second over, 1 for 7 so far. Bashed into the wicket. Reefer quick enough to collect the defensive shot. Dot ball to finish. Just a couple of runs after 7 overs. Ramon Grizzlies 43 for 1. spin is back. Kamran Hotak comes back into the attack. He just bowled 1 over earlier inside the power play. Left arm around to Kevin. Kevin punches it to deep cover for a single. He's been circumspect so far, 5 of 7. Kamran's a 19-year-old who's played for Afghanistan at under 19 level. Punched off the back foot by AJ is challenging the man at deep cover. It wins the race. Another boundary for AJ, showing off a bit of timing and muscle. Take a look at the replay. That was wide enough for AJ to free his arms into that stroke. That was Aaron Johnson's 4th boundary as Grizzlies move to 48 for 1 of 7.2. The rate is just above 6. They would love to keep pushing the rate up. On the evidence of the game in the morning, scores north of 170 are on the cards for both sides. Lofted towards long off for a single. There is an appeal for leg before. Nope, says the umpire. Kevin going back to that one and trying to defend that. I think might have been a bit of bat and pad. That is a wicket for the young spinner. He this time gets Kevin. Kevin's on his haunches. We hope to get a replay on that one. Trying to work that one towards deep mid-wicket, finding only an inside edge which trickled back onto his stumps. Kevin has to make the long, slow walk back to the hut. He departs for 5 as young Hotak snares his first wicket. Left arm spin has been productive through the day so far. Earlier in the first contest, Sanjay Krishnamurthy picked up a 3-for Blazers. And now Kamran Hotak continues the striking ways of these left arm twirlers. Punched into the covers. They think about single, but stay with the dot. Eight overs, 49 for 2. Akash Sundaresan as the man in at number 54 for the Grizzlies. Nawaz Khan about to bowl the 9th over. Nawaz Khan Katawazai, a 28-year-old from Afghanistan. Edge towards third man, a bit of shy from the man at shot third man. Nawaz Khan got 5 wickets in the 2024 season with an economy of 8.2, averaging 31 runs per wicket. Most of his wickets were in the Super 8s against the NJSE side. He typically bowls in the middle overs. Sundaresan works this one into the deep on the leg side. Deep mid wicket runs in to keep them to 1. Hit down the ground that seemed not to have been middled. Mid-off runs across to clean that up. A single for AJ Johnson. The first single of this over brought up the Grizzlies 50 in the 9th over. They're putting along at 6.12 right now. Attempted push through the covers by Sundaresan, no contact, scoots back to the keeper. That seemed to have kept a tad low. On the evidence of the game in the morning, some balls from the bowlers, especially when they're bowling from the far end, tend to keep a tad low. In the previous game, Abhishek Palatkar had resorted to a lot of cutters, which were pretty challenging for the batters. He found the stumps on multiple occasions with those cutters. Nawaz is bowling from that same end right now. Punched into the offside for a quick single. Point makes a tumbling stop. That was almost a Yorker length type of delivery. Aaron Johnson digs it out into the offside for a single. 5 singles of the over from Nawaz Katawazai. End of 9 overs. Grizzlies 54 for 2. Kamran Hotak back in for his 3rd over. Bowling left arm around to AJ. Tickled towards the bowler for a dot ball. A lot of chirp from the strikers' dugout cheering the bowlers on. AJ goes back and hits that towards long on for a single, a tumbling stop by Yusuf at long on. Driven into the covers, a bit of a half stop by the man at short cover. There has been an extremely strong and consistent breeze blowing across the ground. All the flags are flapping about. Another dot ball. Sundaresan, 2 runs of 6 balls so far. Sedate start. Kamran's been turning it away from the right-handers. An appeal for a caught behind. The umpire says on your way. Unfortunately for Sundaresan, he has to make the long trek back. He departs for 2 of 7 balls. Again, some wickets for left-arm spin. Kamran Hotak with his second strike. He got rid of Kevin last over, and now he got rid of Sundaresan. He's got figures of 2 for 15 into his third over as Ramon Grizzlies slumped to 55 for 3 of 9.5. Floated full, attempted drive, no contact. End of a very tidy over by Kamran Hotak. Just 1 run and a handy wicket. Figures of 1 for 15 after his 3 overs as Grizzlies find themselves 55 for 3 at the halfway stage. Nawaz Khan Karawazai is back to bowl his possibly second over. sharpish drive towards long off. Long off runs wide to keep that to just 1 run. Sahil Garg is the man in at number 5 for Ramon Grizzlies. Left alone by the batter. That is a rare leave. We haven't seen too many leaves in the last couple of games. Sahil Garg is a young 18-year-old player who played under 19 in the America's Cup for Team USA. Team USA qualified for the next under 19 World Cup by winning this qualifier tournament. Sahil Garg scored 70 of 68 against Bermuda in the World Cup qualifier. Worked away into the long on region for a single. Skipper Ramon Reefer cleans up with a throw from the deep. Looking at Ramon Grizzlies history, we want to remind the viewers they are actually Golden State Grizzlies in years past. Back in 2021 they won 12 and lost 2, and they fell to SVS, the Strikers, in the conference championship. 2022 they had an even 7 wins against 7 losses. AJ guides that one towards the point fielder in the ring for a single. AJ keeps the strike rotating regularly. He moves to 33 of 29 balls. Going back to the Grizzlies history, in 2023 they had 4 wins against 6 losses, finished third on head-to-head with Lashings and the Thunderbolts. 2024 it was a tough season, 2 wins against 6 losses. A couple of wins against South Californian sides. That beats the attempted defensive stroke by Sahil Garg. That is the end of a very quiet over from Katwezai. He finishes his second over with figures of none for 8. Ramon Grizzlies 58 for 3 after 11 overs, looking for some momentum in the middle phase. The Grizzlies are coached by Arun Kumar Jagadish, former Karnataka and USA coach as well. He also associates with Mumbai Indians New York. So they have some experience in their coaching. He goes by Jack. Full toss, AJ goes down low and slog sweep that one into the pickets for a magnificent 6, a much needed momentum for the batting unit. Cameron Houghton back for his 4th over. He bowled a rare full toss and Johnson was waiting and ready, got down low and launched that over the flaying flags and mid-wicket. That was the first 6 of this contest. We had plenty of 6s in the game in the morning. AJ goes into a big drive, but there is a man at the fence at deep cover to limit that to a single. Which means Houghton will now have a chance to bowl against the new batter Sahil, who's been quiet so far, 1 of 5. Goes down low and sweeps that towards the vacant fine leg region. The keeper runs back and keeps them to 1. Wide signaled by the umpire, so no contact of the bat apparently. AJ drives that along the ground towards long off for a single. Garg pushes us through the covers. They are thinking about 2. AJ is pushing back for 2. That is good running by the batters. The wind has really picked up in the ground. Cut towards point. They scurry for a quick single. Safe eventually. Last ball of Kamran Hotak's spell. He's got a couple of wickets so far. Can he do something right now? What's AJ going to do of his last ball? He drives that into the gap in the cover region. It goes all the way for 4. A lot of applause from the Grizzlies dugout as AJ moves to 45 of 33 with that boundary. Kamran Hotak finishes his 4 overs with 2 for 32 as we see a replay. That was driven with an open face to elude the man at deep cover. Aaron Johnson continues to find the boundary on a regular basis to keep the Grizzlies afloat. 75 for 3 after 12. Oh, he's cleaned him up. Nawaz Khan Katawazai finds the middle stump. Sahil Garg has to make the trek back. He departs for 4 of 7. Katawazai has been keeping things quiet in the middle. This is his 3rd over on the trot. He's got figures of none for 8 in the first 2 overs, and now he's added a pretty handy wicket. On the replay, that moved in just a shade, eluding the stroke of Sahil, unfortunately for him. Good reward for Katawazai for some tight bowling. Grizzlies slipped to 75 for 4 after 12 overs. Harish Kakani is the man in at number 6, the 34-year-old player. He scored 196 runs back in 2023, striking at 100 plus, averaging 25. In 2024, he scored 86 runs, albeit for a different team, DXG, but striking at a very handy 162. The Grizzlies would love for some momentum in this middle phase. AJ has been doing the bulk of the work with the boundary hitting. They would want him to play all the way through if possible. He's been both anchor and accelerator. They'd love for some support from Kakani right now. Katawazai has been tough to get away with. Driven towards the long off fieldsman for 1. Kakani is off the mark with that straight away. AJ launches into a drive over the cover region. Is that 4 or 6? It's neither. The fieldsman gets around and cuts it off. They come back for a couple of runs. A lot of chirp and cheer for Aaron from the dugout. Grizzlies will bank on him to make this into a substantial first innings total. As he moves to 47 of 34, he's within one boundary hit from a half century. We've already had a couple of 50-plus scores today in the morning game. Can AJ join them with one big hit this over? Pushed into the gap on the offside for a single. He moves to 48 of 35. Glided towards third man by Kakani. It is going to be 1 point. Runs back to make a sliding stop. AJ is on 48. Pushed into the cover region for a quick single. AJ moves to 49 of 36 balls. End of 13 overs. Katwazai figures a 1 for 14 after his 3 overs. San Ramon Grizzlies 81 for 4. Breeze has really picked up some intensity, some chairs flying around near the dugout. Kristen Ramsaran entered the attack, bowling left arm over the wicket, driven towards the deep point region for a 4. AJ continues to pile on the runs, and that is his half century. He raises his bat towards the dugout, 53 from 37. Sterling innings. He's been keeping the Grizzlies in the frame. 85 for 4, 53 of the bat of A.J. Johnson. Expertly using the angle of the left arm spinner on that occasion. A cut shot again, this time the fieldsman and the deep is in business. That is only a single. Christopher Ramsaran, the 32-year-old left arm wrist spinner from Trinidad and Tobago. He picked up 4 wickets in the 2024 season for the Blazers. Cut again, this time by Kakani. Sweeper is in business again. Again a single. Christopher Ramsaren played for the Zooks in the CPL. He's picked up 3 wickets, conceding 103 runs across his 5 games. A useful dot ball for the spinner. Attempted cut shot by AJ, no contact on that occasion. This time AJ gets a lot more bat than that. It has bisected the fielders. Long off and deep cover for another boundary for AJ. A lovely bit of timing on that one and placement on point. 10 runs of Ramsaran's first over as Grizzlies surged to 91 for 4 after 14 overs, riding on the shoulders of AJ Johnson's innings. Aaron Johnson scored 2/3 of Grizzlies' runs so far, and he's got some more time to do some more damage. 6 overs to go. Saurabh Netravalkar back into the attack for his 3rd over. He bowled a couple of very, very tidy overs up front with the new ball. From a striker's perspective, they would want to get rid of AJ as early as possible. It is Kakani on strike right now. Bashed into the wicket, Kakani opens his blade and guides it towards point for a single. This is a bit of a tasty contest. Netravalkar's left arm pace and skills against an in-form AJ Johnson batting on 58 of 41 balls. This might dictate how the next 6 overs proceed. If the batter gets on top of this contest, the Grizzlies might see a lot of success in the next 6 overs. Guided into the deep square leg region for a single. Pushed into the leg side by Kakani for a single. They think about 2 but stick with 1. It's been 3 singles of 3 balls so far in this over. Netravalkar has been playing in the US cricket scene for a long time, famously playing for the US in the World Cup a couple of years back and bowling the super over against Pakistan, getting USA the win. More recently, he was active in the major league scene. He's originally from Mumbai. He bagged 9 wickets in a 2025 MLC. Guided towards short fine leg for a single by AJ. He moves on to 60 with that single. Grizzlies going at 6.5 runs per over at this stage of the innings. They'd love to accelerate a little bit more. Kakani defends it back towards the bowler. Netravalkar cleans up. Netravalkar dismissed a lot of renowned batters in the MLC this year. He dismissed Puran, Stoinis, Sikandar Raza and Jahangir earlier this year. He's got a lot of big scalps in recent months. Kakani hops down the track and hits that to long on for a much needed boundary. It is his first boundary, an important boundary in the context of this innings. Aaron Johnson needs some boundary support from the other end as well. That is a good strike from Kakani, a little bit of initiative and risk being rewarded. He took a little stride towards the bowler, got the right length to launch into a shot towards long on. End of the 15th over. Grizzlies move to 99 for 4. Zazai about to bowl the 16th over. AJ jumps down the track and unfortunately for him couldn't get any bat on that. Long off has been reeled back into the ring. That is an interesting move because AJ seemed to be thinking of jumping down the ground the previous delivery. Bowled full, guided into the covers. There is a man at sweeper cover, although this is stopped in the ring by the skipper. Zazai to Kakani. Grizzlies bring up their 100 with the last single from AJ. 100 for 4 and 15.2. Looking for some acceleration in this death. Kakani bats it towards the cover region. The bowler runs across to keep the batters in check. Good bit of commitment from Yusuf Zazai on that occasion, scurrying across to keep the batters to a dot ball. Can Kakani manufacture another boundary this over to build on his boundary from the previous one? He's on 9 of 8 balls. AJ would love for boundaries from the other end as well. Big swing, no contact, a mild appeal. Nope, says the umpire. Zazai is bowling with a 5-4 field, 5 fieldsmen on the offside. There's a wideish long off and a sweeper cover. There's a wideish long on, a squarish deep mid-wicket for him on the leg side. Fine leg falls back and long off has been pulled back into the circle as we speak. Everybody in the leg side in the deep at the moment, 4 fieldsmen. That is a short ball, evasive action by the batter that finds the edge and eludes the keeper. That is a quick shot delivery from Zazai, interesting in the middle. Good bit of skill from Zazai. Umpire says leg by. Might have found the pad or the body to rebound. That is a bit of sharp bowling from Zazai there. Field is swapped around for AJ. Long off goes back and deep fine leg comes back into the circle. Zazai against AJ. AJ launches into a drive through square cover. Is that 4? It is 4. The moment it left the bat, the bowler was on his haunches, disappointed. He gave a little bit of width on that occasion. AJ making no mistake. He moves to 65 of 46 as Grizzlies finish the 16th over with 105 for 4. AJ grabbing some water in the middle as Kakani stretches out. 4 overs to go. The Grizzlies need a lot of big overs. They'll be looking to hit at least the 150 mark, if not more, given that they have a set batter in the middle and 6 wickets in the bank. Skipper Ramon Reefer back in the attack. He is about to bowl from the far end. He's got figures of 1 for 7 of his 2 overs so far. He's been tight. Ramon to Kakani. Bashed into the wicket. Kakani glides it towards deep cover for a single. As he moves to double figures, 10 of 11 so far. The wind threatening to blow off some of these lunch boxes here at the commentary box. Bala and Bibu, the men humming the broadcast and camera, trying also to fight the wind. AJ crouches low and crunches it over wide long on for a mighty 6. As Raymond was running in, AJ was getting into this crouch stance and he did explode. He moves into the 70s with that mighty strike over long on, 71 of 47. Crouching low, using the width to free his arms and picketing the long on region with that strike. Ten hits to the boundary by AJ so far, 8 4s and 2 6s. He tries to short arm pull that one, making no contact. Good comeback by Ray Reefer. Again, a big swoosh, but no contact by AJ. Consecutive dot balls by Rady for the angle and the length, confounding the batter on that occasion. AJ also seems to be tiring just a wee bit. He's been in the middle from the get-go. It has been a blustery afternoon. Staying composed has been a challenge for all comers. This time a pull shot long on is in business. That's just a single. Bowled into the wicket. Harish goes back and pulls that wide of deep mid wicket. It is for much needed boundary for Kakani and SRG. That is a strong way to finish the 17th over. 12 runs of this over. Rayford finishes with 1 for 19 after 3 overs. Grizzlies surge to 117 for 4 after 17 overs. It is go time for the batters in the middle. 18 balls to the finish line. They would love to find a bunch of boundaries right now. Kakani also joining the party in the last 10 or 15 minutes. He's got a couple of boundaries. This time a pull shot. Earlier in the morning, both the Blazers and the San Diego Surf Riders had slightly similarly colored jerseys. Unlike the contrast on display right now, the bright reds of the batting unit, the bright red of the Grizzlies against the bright blues of the Strikers. The Strikers would love for a strike right now. This partnership has been blossoming. Kakani has also jumped in and started finding some boundaries. Netrewalkar about to bowl out. None for 17 of his 3 so far. Can he find a strike, or can Johnson find more runs? Dagger to the wicket, guided by the batter towards deep point for a single. They actually come back for 2. Guided towards the point region. This time it's only going to be a single. A flat throw in from the deep. It hits the stumps, which allows them to sneak an overthrow there. Things are hotting up in the middle. That is an impressive throw from the deep. Found the stumps, but unfortunately the batters are already safe, and the rebound allowed them to steal another run. So a couple of twos to begin this 18th over. Netrewalkar's been tight all game. Finding a boundary of his bowling would be a bit of work for the batters. Kakani managed to get a boundary off Saurabh's last over. What's AJ going to do here? He jumps down the track, makes some room, and it beats... Not quite. Long off dives and keeps it inside. Good bit of commitment from Shrum there. He hadn't spotted the ball for the first couple of seconds, then had to compensate and run hard and put in the dive. Good save. Saves his team a couple of runs. That is a hat-trick of 2s for the batting unit. This time powered through the cover region for yet another boundary. AJ again with his trademark crouch, giving himself a bit of room and then taking full toll of the width on offer. It's been even runs in this over so far. 2, 2, 2, and 4. Driven to the man at cover for a single. What can Kakani do here? Last ball of Saurabh Swell coming up. Boshed away towards long off. Shivam runs in to keep it to 1. That is the end of the 18th over. 12 runs off of it as Netravalkar finishes its 4 overs with none for 29. Grizzlies move to 129 for 4 with 2 overs in play. Jaideep Ganesh scored 100 in the game in the morning for Blazers. Can AJ use the last couple of overs to bring up that magical 3-figure mark? Right now it's Nawaz Khan to Harish Kakani. That has been launched straight down the ground for a boundary. Kakani continues to find his boundaries. That is his 3rd boundary in the last few overs. That is bowled full around middle and off stump, and Kakani was in position to punish that. Yawning gap between the fieldsmen at long off and long on. Katawazai has been pretty miserly in the middle overs. Can he keep it quiet from this point on in this over? Slogged away towards deep in wicket. Long on runs to his right as the batters scramble back for 2. A lot of applause from the blue jerseys for the sharp throw from the deep. Big wind up. He's hit that towards this long off region. Tumbling stop. The batters stick with a single there. AJ is probably a little winded. AJ launches that down the ground. Long off is in business. It's all happening in the middle. That is launched aerially towards long off. Long off got 2 hands to it, but unfortunately for him, it popped off his hand. It seems to have injured his hand a little bit there. It trickled away from the fieldsman, allowing the batters to come back for 2. So a bit of a life for AJ there, and a couple of handy runs for the batting side. Long-off fieldsman runs back into the dugout to get some attention for his hand. Oh, this time launched into the deep on the leg side, deep mid-wicket. Oh, he's dropped it again. That's consecutive drops. AJ getting a couple of lives there. That was a full toss, but a bit of a tired shot, perhaps into the wind. Didn't have enough legs on it. Again, the fieldsman got both hands to it. Again, it popped out. This time only a single, though, as AJ moves to 86 of 57. Katwazai about to bowl his last ball. Kakani will be looking to attack at this stage of the innings. Can he find a boundary right now? He launches that aerially towards long on. The skipper is under that ball. And that's pouched safely by the captain. Kakani falls trying to attack. Sprightly innings by Harish Kakani. He falls for 22 of 17. Katwazai finally getting a reward for his bowling. He finishes with figures of 2 for 24 of his 4 overs. Tidy bowling. Grizzlies 139 for 5 of 19 overs. The main man AJ is still in the middle, batting on 86. He will be on strike. First ball of the last over. A handy partnership between Kakani and Johnson comes to an end. It puts the Grizzlies in frame for a 150 plus score. That was a 64-run partnership over the last 7 overs. Extremely important association between Harish Kakani and Aaron Johnson. That is the end of a tremendous innings from AJ Johnson as he makes the slow long walk back to the pavilion. He falls for 87 of 58 balls, replete with plenty of boundaries. 9 fours and a couple of sixes. That is quite the entertaining knock, and more importantly, a pretty pivotal knock for the Grizzlies to anchor and energize their innings. He walks back to a lot of applause from the dugout. All the red jerseys up in applause for AJ. 140 for 6 with 5 balls to go in the piece. A bold pull shot towards deep mid wicket, but there is a man there cleaning up. That is only going to be a single. 2 new men in the middle. Adil just might have gotten on strike after that single. I'm trying to find the name of the number 7 batter who hit the pull shot. Nudled into the leg side for a single. I think about 2. They are in 2 minds, but luckily for the batters, they're all safe. scorecard on screen doesn't quite reflect the new batters in the middle. Driven through the covers, a couple of men giving chase. Is it going to beat the fielder? It is. That is a glorious boundary, getting on the front foot late in the piece, timing that well and finding the gap. Good bit of batting by the batter. Adil finding that lovely cover-driven boundary on that occasion. Oh, he's bowled him. Has Zazai. Adil going for a pull shot, making no contact. Zazai finds the stumps. That is his first wicket. 146 for 7. 1 ball to go. That didn't seem like a short enough delivery for the pull shot, but Adil had no choice but to go for big runs. Last over of the innings. And it also might have just snaked back in a wee bit, or might have kept just a tad low to beat the flailing pull shot. A reward for Zazai at the death. A. Desai walks in at number 9. 1 ball to go. Can he find a boundary and haul Grizzlies to a total of 150? Last ball of the innings coming up. Left-handed Desai on strike to Zazai. Interestingly, he is bowling over the wicket, and the batter, the non-striker, is actually on the same side. That isn't too common. And that is exactly why the bowler has been stopped by the umpire. Zazai to Desai. Desai finds a good connection towards deep mid wicket. They will scurry for 2. It is the last ball of the innings after all. Flat throw back, but the batters are quick enough to make it 2. That is a good finish by number 9, Ayan Desai, on his first ball. Sandermount Grizzlies finished the 20 overs with 148 for 7. It is a pretty competitive total. Zazai finishing his 4 overs with 1 for 33. Both teams would be reasonably happy with that, although Grizzlies might have wanted a few more runs on top of that, perhaps, going by the evidence of the first game in the morning. Let's take a look at the scorecard. Sandermount Grizzlies won the toss and chose to bat first. Aaron Johnson, their opener, top scoring by a handsome margin. 87 beefy runs of 58 balls, replete with plenty of hits to the boundary, at least 8 fours with a couple of 6s to boot. He got some support from Rahul Jariwala at the top, a sedate 16 of 16. And Harish Kakani with a vital 22 of 17 in the middle overs to stabilize. And then some scrambled runs from the other batters at the death, taking them to 148 of 20 overs. Let's take a look at the bowling scorecard. Naman Patel is actually Saurabh Netrawalkar, who bowled tidy up front and a couple of overs at the death as well. 4 overs, none for 29. Kamran Hotok, the left-arm spinner, doing some damage. 2 for 32 of his 4 overs. Left-arm spin has been productive all day here at this ground. Zazai finishing with 1 for 33 with that wicket at the last over. And Reefer, 3 overs, 1 for 19, extremely tidy with his left-arm angles. Navaskan Katawazai bowled 4 overs on the trot in the middle face. 4 overs, 2 for 24. And Chris Ramsaran with just a 1 over of wrist spin, left-arm wrist spin. So that is tidy pickings overall from the bowling unit. 6.33 by the skipper. 3 overs, 1 for 19, arguably the most economical spell there. We will take a break for about 10-15 minutes as the players adjourn for the mid-innings break. On behalf of the broadcast and camera folks here, Bala and Bibu, and myself, Hari Venkatramani on commentary, we appreciate all of the viewers on the live stream. We will see you in about 10-15 minutes for the chase. Good afternoon and welcome back to all of our viewers. It is time for the chase. Silicon Valley Strikers in pursuit of 149 runs for the win against San Ramon Grizzlies. Grizzlies won the toss earlier in the afternoon and chose to bat first and reached 148 for 7 courtesy of Aaron Johnson's handsome contributions. 80 plus, 8 fours and 2 sixes, the headline act of the first innings. The umpires in the middle today, Sundaram and Abhishek Singh, running proceedings. For folks new to the minor league scene, San Ramon Grizzlies used to be the Golden State Grizzlies. There's been a change of ownership, change of name. They have a new corporate title sponsor, Turing, a unicorn startup making its way. Lots of acrobatics in the field as players limber up and warm up the bright red jerseys of Grizzlies. The scorecard on screen doesn't reflect the current proceedings yet. It still shows the last ball of the previous innings. Left arm over the wicket to a left-handed batter. I'm still trying to find the right names as we wait for the on-screen scorecard to load up. Left alone by the batter. Nice zippy pace from the opening left-arm bowler. Shivam Mishra and Amog Arepalli are the batters in the middle, facing up to a stifled appeal for leg before. Nope, says the umpire. 3 dot balls on the bounce for Desai. Ayan Desai working up quite a bit of pace. He's been showing a fair bit of pace and control on those first 3 deliveries there. This time runs off the edge towards the fine leg region for a 4. Good bowling from the bowler. 42 his runs for the batter. Ayan Desai is a 22-year-old left-arm quick from San Bernardino. This is his 4th minor league team. He's played for HMB, San Diego and LA in the past. 6 wickets in the previous season at 17. Economy of 7.4. He is dangerous, especially against left-handers. Economy of 4.5. Again off the edge, again trickles away towards fine leg for 4. The rub of the green going the batter's way on 2 occasions on the bounce there. Shivam Mishra reaping the fortune of some good karma there. Couple of boundaries off the edge. Moral victory to the bowler, but we don't care, would say the strikers. They got 2 boundaries off the inside edge. This time an authoritative shot in front of the wicket. It beats the running mid-on to go for 4 through wide long on. That is 3/4 on the bounce after the 3 dot balls. A tough result for the bowler if you bowled 5 good balls. Nonetheless, it's 12 for none for SBS.
United Tax, empowering your financial future. Expert financial planning, reliable taxation services, building wealth, minimizing tax, serving families and businesses nationwide. Contact us for further discussions.
Shivam Mishra surges to 12 of 6 with those 3 boundaries. He is a 32-year-old batter originally from India. He played for Mumbai at the under-19 level. He's got a lot of experience playing Ranji Trophy or just in Ranji Trophy selection matches. Moved to the US after getting wed. In 2024, he scored 139 runs in minor league cricket. Among Arepalli about to face his first ball. An attempted drive makes no contact. Hit towards the man in the ring on the offside at the point region. Dot ball. Taj Wali bowling left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Arepalli. Worked off the pads towards the short mid-wicket fieldsman for another dot ball. Tidy work from another left-arm bowler. We had plenty of left-arm bowlers in feature today, both in the opening game and this game. The required rate for the chase for the strikers is a 7.5 runs per over. Not too steep compared against the first chase in the morning. Dug into the wicket, defended into the offside. Nope is the call from the non-striker. That's 4 dot balls on the bounce from Taj Wali. Good tight bowling. Driven down the ground this time. Mid-off runs across to limit that to a single. Arepalli is off the mark with that drive. A little bit of adjustment in the field Sweeper cover has been moved a fair bit straighter. Or should I say, mid-wicket has been moved a lot straighter. It is 5-4 field to the left-hander, 5 on the offside. Worked away towards mid-on fieldsman. It's a bit of tight work. Batters in safe eventually. 14 for none after 2 overs.
Real estate has been my life for the past 20 years.
Look, anyone can write a contract, but Alka guides you to the right decision.
Alka's enthusiasm and professionalism in the real estate field makes her tops.
Yeah, we've known Alka for almost 20 years. We've done 8 transactions with her. Do we need to say anything more?
Driven towards mid-wicket for a dot ball. Ayan Desai back for his second over. He bowled a pretty quick first over. Keep chirping, boys, is the chirp from one of the fieldsmen in bright red. The Grizzlies would be looking for an early incision. Both of their left-arm quicks have been bowling well, although the first over went for some streaky boundaries. Pull shot in the gap for a tumbling stop in the deep. It's not quite a 4. Either way. 3 runs of the previous shot. That brings the right-handed Among Arepali back on strike. Ayan to Amog. Pushed through the offside. Dribbles towards third man for a single. Ayan back to Shubham. Oh, he's bowled him, much deserved. Wicket there. A lot of pacey balls, not a lot of luck in his first over. This time though, he gets the reward. Shubham Mishra trying to work that one towards the square leg, but I think it might have come off the inside edge and found the stumps. Let's take a look at the replay here. Again, pacey, bustling approach from the left arm, quick. Bowled into the wicket, attempted pull shot. Might have just found the bottom edge and found the top of off stump, the bail falling. Good reward for pacey, zippy Ayan Desai as strikers slip to 18 for 1 after 2.4 overs. Shubham Mishra departs for 16 of 10 balls. Shehan Jayasuriya is in at number 3. Ayan to Shehan. Driven into the offside for a dot ball. Jayasuriya is a 33-year-old from Colombo, Sri Lanka. Rep the Sri Lankan national side between 2015 and 2020. He's played in the minor league for the last 3 seasons. Oh, that has been launched, but not quite any elevation. Finds mid-on on the bounce. That is the end of a successful Ayan Desai over. 1 for 16 after his 2 overs. Strikers 18 for 1 after 3.
From USA to India, experience journeys like never before. Book your tickets today with Fantastic Fare, your ticket to cricket and beyond. Book today and celebrate with Fantastic Fare.
Taj Wali back in the attack. Beats the attempted glide of the right-handed batter. It's been a lot of left-arm fast bowling in this first 4 overs. Ayan Desai and Taj Wali both complementing each other with good pace. Amog Arepalli has been circumspect so far, 2 of 7. Slapped into the leg side, and it has been caught. Amog trying to work that one towards the leg side, but getting more edge than middle. That one found the fine leg fieldsman. Taj Wali also amongst the wickets. That is the 2nd wicket for the Grizzlies. There is more deep square leg than deep fine leg. So both left arm quicks amongst the wickets here. Pranay Suri is the man in at number 4. Mohammad Tahir Adil, the man at deep square leg who poached that catch of Amog. Suri about to take strike against Wali. Oh, that was bowled at a ton of pace, beat the bat. Pranay Suri had an extremely productive association with minor league cricket last season, scoring 222 runs in the league phase, striking at a thunderous 162, averaging 37. He scored 60 more runs in the Super 8s phase. He would hope to replicate some of that form this season. Again, bowled pretty quick There's an appeal for leg before. It seemed to be a little exciting. A lot of energy in the infield from the red jerseys. With those two early strikes, they are buoyant right now. The current run rate at 4.7. The required run rate just crept above 8.1 to be precise. The game is poised nicely right now. Driven off the front foot, mid-off runs back, but in vain. That is a good-looking boundary from Pranay Suri. He is off the mark with that 4. Wally ends his second over with 1 for 6. Strikers 22 for 2 after 4. Ayan continues to bowl. It is his third over on the trot. He has been pacey through his spell so far. Can he challenge Shehan Jayasuriya right now? Left arm over to the left-handed batter. Jayasuriya goes towards the leg side as a bit of a half stop at short mid-wicket. Appeal for run out. It translates into overthrows. Mid-wicket runs, or actually it's cover fieldsman runs back to limit the damage. It's a lot of chaos in the middle. So a quick single with 2 more overthrows. That was 3 runs off that Ayan Desai delivery. Flailing drive by Pranay, no contact on that occasion. Again, pace and that angle away from the right-hander. Again, some extremely robust pace bowling by Ayan Desai. A flailing drive from the batter, no contact. This time struck towards the point fieldsman and the ring. That is another dot ball to the right-hander. Keep bowling dots as the chirp from the fieldsman. 3 dots on the bounce. 3 dots always leads to some invisible pressure or impatience from the batter. This time bobbles off what appears to be the body towards the keeper for a single. Yeah, leg bye is given by the umpire. Ayan to Shehan. Push towards short mid wicket. That is a dot ball to finish. A very tidy over by Ayan Desai. 4 runs of it. One of them was leg by. A couple of them were overthrows. 1 for 19 of his 3 overs as strikers. 2 for 26 after 5.
United Tax, empowering your financial future. Expert financial planning, reliable taxation services, building wealth, minimizing tax, serving families and businesses nationwide. Contact us for further discussions. Harish Kakani about to bowl his first over. He was very instrumental with the bat at the latter stages of the innings, bowling right arm over to Pranay Suri. Bashed into the wicket, pushed away towards the offside for a quick single. Kakani bagged 5 wickets apiece in the league stage and the Super 8 stage last season. Flit through the covers. It is going to be a 4. Shehan finding enough room to get free his arms, and he also found the gap. That is his first boundary. Again, a shot into the offside, this time a scrambled single. Mid-off was deep enough to allow them to take that single. Harish to Pranay. Oh, that has been smashed by Pranay into the mid-wicket region for a mighty 6. That was bowled into the pitch by Harish, but unfortunately that sat up nice and pretty for Pranay to take full toll. He rocked onto the back foot and punished that. That is his first 6.
Oh, this time down the ground towards the comb box. It is 4 through long off. Pranay Suri finding the boundaries on multiple occasions now. That is a 4 to follow that 6 up. He moves to 15 of 11. Strikers taking a bit of ascendancy right now. Let's take a look at the replay. Again, Kakani trying to hit the wicket, but that one didn't have enough climb or pace to trouble the batter. He was able to almost flat bat that over long off. Lots of encouragement for the batter from the dugout as Kakani comes back to bowl his last ball. This time guided through the covers. Sweeper runs in to keep that to 1. End of an extremely productive over for the strikers. 17 runs off of it, 43 for 2 after 6.
Real estate has been my life for the past 20 years.
Look, anyone can write a contract, but Alka guides you to the right decision.
Alka's enthusiasm and professionalism in the real estate field makes her tops.
Yeah, we've known Alka for almost 20 years. We've done 8 transactions with her. Do we need to say anything more?
First sign of spin on this Ramon Grizzlies bowling innings. Vatsal Waghela, the 23-year-old, is in action right now. Watchfully played through to the point fieldsman. Left arm spin has been a productive pursuit all day long today. Pranay tries to swipe that towards mid-wicket, but it dribbles off to find leg for a single. Shehan works that towards long on for a single. Oh, good interception by Waghela. That is struck firmly by the batter, but the bowler got a half stop to keep that to 1. Long on does the rest of the fielding. From a Grizzlies standpoint, they'd love for a strike right now. In the last 3 or 4 overs, strikers have found a bit of momentum. Shehan Jayasuriya has been particularly forceful against spin in the last season. He strikes at 150 against spin bowling. This time he works it to long on for a single. Again, slapped down the ground. This time the bowler could not quite make the interception. Long on cleans up to keep it to 1. That is 5 singles on the bounce. 5 of Vatsal Vagela's first over. Strikers 48 for 2 after 7. On the runs here, he moves to 23 with that boundary, his third boundary so far. He guides the off spin of Sundaresan towards the fine leg region. Chip towards cover, goes to the fieldsman on the bounce. Akash Sundaresan bowling right arm over to the right-handed batter. He's got a 5-4 field to the right-handed, 5 fieldsmen on the offside. Sweeper cover and long off. Attempted sweep shot. I think it might have bobbled off the pad. Leg by signal by the umpire. It's going to be an interesting matchup. The off-spinner against the left-hander Jayasuriya. Jayasuriya likes spin, but the off-spinner will take it away from the left-hander. Akash has switched to around the wicket. Worked away through mid-wicket. All fieldsmen on the leg side in the deep. The bowler has to run back and collect the ball. Again, the left and right combination of batters keeping the fieldsmen busy. Oh, he stumped him, Akash Sundaresan gets that breakthrough. Pranay Suri trying to jump down the track, missed the ball, and the keeper making no mistake. That is an important moment for the Grizzlies in their defense. Suri was looking pretty confident. He'd struck 3 boundaries already, if not 4 with the 6. He departs for 23 of 19. Handy little contribution to the top order, giving some momentum to the strikers. But nice moment against the run of play from Akash Sundaresan. Good combination with the keeper. A jumping high five to celebrate the moment. Grizzlies claw back into the game with that strike. 54 for 3 after 7.5 overs. This is an even game right now. The required rate 7.9 or 7.8 thereabouts. 3 wickets back in the hut, so both teams have an even shout right now. Skipper Ramon Reefer is in the middle. So it's two left-handers in the middle right now, Shehan and Ramon. Akash bowling around the wicket to the left-hand batters. Last ball of his first over coming up. Flicked off his pads towards the square leg region. They stick with one. 1 for 6 off his first over for Akash as strikers move to 55 for 3 after 8 overs. Rahul Jariwala, the skipper who also happens to be the keeper, featuring in that stumping last over of Akash's bowling. Waghela back in the attack. Reefer slaps that towards deep cover. There is a man running to his left to keep that to 1. That is a forceful stroke by Reefer, but Waghela had some protection in the deep on the offside. A left-arm spinner against two left-handed batters is going to be an interesting tussle. Goes towards mid-wicket this time. Trickles for a single. Shehan moves to 12 with that single. Reefer back on strike. Worked away off the pads. They think about one, but they choose to stick with none. The man at 45 keeps them honest. This time worked away towards the deep square leg region for another single. Shehan this time finding only the bowler. Another handy dot ball for Vatsal Waghela. 1 ball to go on his second over. He's been tidy so far. Shehan winds up and whacks that towards deep in wicket, but again on the bounce to the fieldsman. That is 4 runs of a quiet over from Vatsal Waghela. He's got figures of none for 9 after 2 overs. Strikers 59 for 3 after 9 overs. It is anybody's game right now. Akash to bowl around the wicket. Push towards the cover fieldsman by Ramon Shehan rather for a dot ball. This time swept off his pads. Shot fine leg tumbles and makes a half stop. Single to Jayasuriya. Reefer glides that towards the point region. There's a bit of a misfield there, which allows the batters to come back for two. Proactive running from the batters. That was a rare misfield from the fielders. Chipped in the air through the mid-on region. Reefer gets one for that shot. Big appeal for possibly a caught behind. Nope, says the umpire. Jayasuriya going down low to sweep that through square leg, but no contact apparently. This time steered to the left of the fine leg fieldsman and the ring. Fine leg gives chase. He makes a sliding stop. Reefer pushes back for the third run. That is good running by the batters. That is the end of the 10th over. Sudarshan with figures of 1 for 13 after his 2 overs. Strikers 66 for 3 at the halfway mark. We take a little break as the players grab some drinks. 5 folks. Vatsal Waghela continues to bowl. That is wide. That is quite the wide delivery to begin with. With exactly 10 overs to go. Strikers need 82 with that wide now. 82 of 10 overs, so 8.2 runs an over. With those 2 left-handers in the middle. Vatsal Waghela to Shehan Jayasuriya. Jayasuriya goes down and slaps that over mid-wicket. Is that 4 or 6? It is 6. It is 6. Jayasuriya likes to take on spin bowling, and that is an example of that. Let's take a look at the replay. That was right in the arc for Jayasuriya to go down low and smoke it towards mid-wicket. He will be looking to add on to those kind of blows. What can Waghela do in response? This time, smote towards long off for a single. Refer guides it towards the point region. There's a couple of men there to clean that up. Waghela's got a 5-4 field split to the left-handers, 5 men in the offside. The only man deep in the off is the fellow at sweeper cover, and of course there's a long off as well. This time Refer goes down the ground. Long off might not make it. It is actually 6. That is fiercely struck. Didn't seem like it had the legs for a 6. That is a wonderful bit of timing by Ray Refer. Let's take a look at the replay in a second. Tossed up right about middle and off stump. Refer was in position to capitalize. Both batters finding 6s on this 11th over. The break has done a world of good for the strikers chasing unit. This time hit along the ground towards long off for 1. 15 runs of this over already with 1 more ball to go. The required run rate has dwindled a little bit. It's at a more manageable 7.42 now. Head back towards the bowler, a dot ball to finish. Waghela has figures of none for 24 after 3 overs, as strikers are poised at 3 for 81 after 11 overs. Akash Sundaresan bowling around the wicket. Head towards the mid-wicket region. They're thinking of 2, but they safely stick with the 1 run. This is a pivotal phase in the match. These 2 left-handers have started finding their range. Both of them have a 6 in the last couple of overs. Big swing, but not a lot of contact. I believe that trickles to deep mid-wicket for a single for Shehan Jayasuriya. Can Akash Sundaresan winkle out one of these batters? Much better length on that occasion, eliciting a tentative push from Refer. Dot ball, a rare dot ball. Refer goes back to work that one towards deep mid-wicket. 2 fieldsmen converge. Mid-wicket keeps that to 1. Big swing by Chehan, no contact. Another handy dot ball from Akash. Big wind-up again by Shehan Jayasuriya, but might have bobbled off the body. Akash finishes with a couple of dot balls. Tidy over, just 3 singles off of it. 3 for 84 after 12 overs are Silicon Valley strikers. Worked away towards deep cover for a single. Driven back to the bowler, or not quite the bowler, driven back. Mohammad Tahir Adil. Refer has smashed that towards mid-wicket and end the gap as well for a handy boundary. There's a stifled appeal for leg before, waiting for the signal from the umpire. Leg by is given. Refer going for the sweep shot, finding more pad than bat. Trickle to fine leg for a single leg by rather. Tahir Adil bowling some wrist spin. Big swing by Shehan. It bobbles off the bat to a single towards deep mid-wicket. Run of every ball this over aside from the boundary. From a striker's standpoint, if this partnership forges ahead for the next 3 or 4 overs, they will be in the box seat. That is the end of Adil's first over of leg spin, none for 8 of his 1 over. Strikers move to 93 for 3 after 13 overs. The equation now 56 of 7 overs at an even 8 runs per over. Strikers, you would think, have the advantage at this stage. Refer flicks that towards long on for a single. Shehan goes for a big swing, deep mid-wicket, and oh, he's dropped it. He was looking into the sun on that one. Unfortunately, That was a chance to get rid of the dangerous Shehan Jayasuriya that burst through his hands and went to the boundary for 4. That might yet be a pivotal moment in the game. This partnership continues to flourish. Jayasuriya moves to 31 of 25 with that boundary. Grizzlies in need of some strikes in the next couple of overs if they want to stop this partnership and the chase. There's an appeal for, was it stumping? Nope, says the umpire. This time lofted aerially to long off, and long off completes a very, very important catch. Akash with a second wicket, a second chance of Akash from Sehan, and this time though the fieldsman converts it. Important moment in the game. This partnership was looking threatening all along. The red jerseys converge to celebrate an important breakthrough. The game is still in the balance with that strike. Shehan makes the trek back after a handy 31 of 26. He jumped on the track and lodged this over, trying to go over long off, but long off was right in place, just a little wide to snaffle that. Good low take. Old school Aussie style, palm facing skywards. Shehan departs for a well-made 31. That was a very, very important partnership. .44 of 35 balls was the partnership between Jayasuriya and Reefer. Now it's the skipper Reefer's job to make sure the chase is on track. He is the set batter in the middle. .51 needed from 6.2 overs. The required rate still quite manageable, just a shade over 8. Gary Graham is the man in at number 6 with a job to do. He goes for a cut shot, no contact. The last ball of Akash's spell coming up. 2 for 21 of his 3.5 overs so far. Can he sneak in one more wicket right now and open the game up further? This time finding the gap on the offside. A single to finish. Akash finishes with 2 for 22. Handy spell in the middle stage. Strikers move to 99 for 4 after 14 overs. leg spin to the right-handed Gary Graham. Punch towards cover for a dot ball. There's a much better matchup for the leg spinner against a right-handed batter instead of a pair of left-handers. Shortish. Guided by Reefer towards point, they get a sharp single. Big wind up by Gary. Big six over mid-wicket and a big roar from the dugout. Gary saw that flight and immediately decided to launch that out of the park. A lot of panache in that stroke. The only thing more mighty than that strike was that mighty roar from the striker's dugout celebrating that six. Nice counterpunch from the striker's team after that wicket. Big mighty six. There is a bit of stoppage as they get the ball back. Again launched over mid-wicket. Again a mighty six. Again a mighty roar from the striker's dugout. Gary Graham is packing some punch into this middle stage. Just thrown out last over at the fall of Shehan Jayasuriya's wicket. Just a couple of moments ago I mentioned it's a much better matchup for the leg spinner against the right-hander, but whoa, was I wrong. Gary Graham punishing the leg spinner on both of these occasions. He sees a little bit of flight, gets down low and slog sweeps the hell out of the ball. Again, a bit of work by the fieldsman to retrieve the ball. It's a miracle that we haven't lost any balls all through the day with the number of sixes being hit. With those two sixes, the equation looks a lot friendlier all of a sudden. It's 36 of 5.1 overs, almost run a ball at this stage. More red jerseys beyond the pickets trying to retrieve, trying to find the ball first of all. That is the only downside from Gary's six hitting. It's a bit of find the ball before we have more game time. It appears that the red jerseys have found the ball as the batters take a little drink, as players slowly get back into position. Can Sahil Garg arrest the momentum here? Gary Graham is a 43-year-old from Jamaica. Back in 2022, he struck his runs at a mighty 182. He's been striking him a little slower the last couple of seasons, 105 and 84 over the last 2 years. But right now he's red hot. This time it trickles towards the point fieldsman for a single. That is the end of Garg's first over. 15 runs, those 2 sixes being costly for the fielding unit. After 15 overs, strikers 114 for 4. They need a friendly looking 35 runs of 5 overs with 2 set batters in the middle. Taj Wali back into the attack. He was bowling with pace and control with the new ball. Righto folks, 35 or 5 overs. Strikers in the ascendancy right now. You could argue their favorite 60-40, but if Taj can make an incision right now, he could still open the game up for his side. They have 3 more overs of left-arm pace from Wali and Ayan. That might have been a slower delivery, beats the attempted open-faced shot by the right-handed Gary. Ayan Desai's got 1 over left. Taj has 1 over after this, so I would assume the next 3 overs would be a lot of these left-arm pacemen operating. And between these 3 overs, Grizzlies would hope for at least 1 wicket, if not more. Sliced towards third man for 1. Good cricket all round. That is almost Yorker length. Glided by the batter. A few adjustments in the field for the left-handed batter. 3 men in the deep on the leg side. Long on, a deep mid-wicket and a sort of a deep square leg. It still is a 5-4 field. 5 men and the offside. A third man and sweeper cover in the deep on the offside. Taj Wali to reefer. Flick towards square leg region. There is a man in the ring to keep it to 1. This is a pivotal passage. This passage of play will decide the fate of this match. Wali is bowling reasonably quick and causing the batters to hurry up with their shots. Reefer in a bit of strife. He might have got struck on his back leg on that occasion, just a little above the left pad. Gary tries to steer that into the point region. No contact, mild appeal by the keeper. Nope, says the umpire. Again, good bowling from Wali, keeping things tight. .33 of 4.2 overs. This match has the makings of a potential cliffhanger. This time Gary finds a bit of timing on that. There's a man. Oh, it's a fumble nonetheless. It is inside the rope, but the batters have enough time to come back for 2. The bowler not so thrilled with the misfield. Obviously, this is a critical phase in the game. The fieldsmen are under the pump. Everybody's a bit more conscious than before because the game is on the balance. Just one tight over and you feel the tension build in the middle for both teams. Again, Graham opens up the offside. This time he's actually found the fence. That is an important boundary, especially because it's off Wally, who's been bowling very well. He finishes his 3rd over with 1 for 14. 8 runs off that over, despite it being quite a good over. 122 for 4 after 16 overs are strikers. This time the width allowing Wally to get on top of the ball and free his arms. Not too much of bounce on that occasion. .27 of 4 overs. It is still tight. A wicket or a quiet over will crank up the pressure. A couple of boundaries would open the game up a lot more in strikers' favor. It's still anybody's game. Let's go, boys, is the chirp from the strikers' dugout. Both batters amongst the 20s now. Reefer with 24 of 19. Graham 22 of 12 with 2 sixes of the leg spinner and that 4 of Wally last over. Harish Kakani comes back into the attack. He went for a few runs at his first over. This is an important moment in the game. Can he pull things back? Harish to Ray Reefer. Big drive wide, says the umpire. The bowler having a second look. Can you have a replay though? No replays available on that one. That was quite close to the tram line, hence the bowler was a little surprised by the white call. This time Reefer glides it towards the deep on the offside. Wideish long off keeps it to 1 run. You can see what Kakani is trying to do there is trying to keep it a little away from the arc of the left-handed batter. Hence the wide of the first ball. Harish Kakani to Gary Graham. Big pull shot towards the fieldsman. Oh, sails over the fieldsman by a couple of feet perhaps. That was tight for a few seconds. A big 6, eventually 3rd 6 of the innings for Graham. He is opening this chase up with his 6s. Kakani dropping a little shot, not too short though, but Graham rocking onto the back foot, finding a solid connection. The fieldsman might have fancied his chances for a couple of seconds, but his little bop at the fence not enough as the ball sailed over and clearing the fence by probably a couple of feet. The margins are close. A couple of feet of less air time, he might have been caught. The wind also might have helped that shot along. It is blowing from possibly 3rd man towards deep mid-wicket as we speak. This time bowled into the offside, much better from Kakani. Fuller and around off stump, driven to short cover for a dot ball. Precious dot ball, I must add. The current run rate is 7.88. The required rate has shrunk to 5.43. For the first time in a long time, it's under, or the first time ever, it's under a run a ball. Oh, it's a full toss. This time a punishing swing towards mid-wicket, straightish mid-wicket this time. Yet another 6 from Gary Graham. Let's take a look at the replay. That was a full toss around about middle stump. Gary Graham did not need a second invitation. That is his 4th 6. He smote a couple of 6s with the leg spinner. He smote a couple of the right arm medium pacer as well. 13 of 3.2 is the equation. Graham has effectively opened the game. I should add, Graham has effectively sunk the chase in his side's favour. A dot ball on that occasion. A flailing pull shot. Didn't climb enough. Can Kakani finish with the dot ball here? 13 of 3.1 at this stage. Is an appeal for leg before. Up goes the finger. The game is not over, folks. Graham has to walk back. He's a little reluctant to leave, but unfortunate way to go. Kakani with a strong finish despite those 2 6s. Important wicket. Grizzlies are under the pump, but they would have a glimmer of hope after that wicket. Let's take a look at the replay. That ball snaked back in towards the right-hander, struck him in front. Applause for Graham. 4 6s, fetching him 34 of just 17 balls. He has put his team front and center as we go into these last 3 overs. A lot of applause for Graham from the blue jerseys of strikers. Nawaz Khan Katawazai is the man in at number 7. Although Raymond Reefer is on strike right now, Taj Wali is back for his 4th over. If there is any chance for Grizzlies to pull something out of this situation, it has to be Wali. He's been bowling with a lot of skill all through this game. Can he find a way past the set batter? Reefer batting on 25 of 20. 13 needed for the win. Beats the attempted glide to third man, dot ball. Quiet encouragement from the red jerseys. They still have a little bit of hope. If they can dig out a few dot balls here and maybe even sneak a wicket, you'd never know. This time driven along the ground towards long on. It's only going to be a single. That might be a useful result for the fielding unit. They get the new batter on strike against an informed Taj Wali. There's an appeal for leg before. Katawazai makes the long, slow walk back to the hut. He departs for duck of just one ball. Taj Wali making that incision. He's been looking dangerous all day long. That is his second strike. The red jerseys converge into the middle to celebrate Taj Wali's strike. Trying to see if we have a replay on this one. Unfortunately, no replay on that one. But the game is still open. 12 of 2.3. Another new batter in the middle. Taj Wali's got 3 more balls to inflict some more damage. Can he price out one more batter and pile on some more pressure on Reefer? Kamran Hotak is in at number 8. He bowled some handy left arm spin earlier in the bowling innings for strikers. Now he has a job to do. Hang in with the skipper should be his goal. Turn the strike over, let the skipper do the job because he's been there for quite a while. He's set and comfortable. On the other hand, Wali would love to get rid of him ASAP. A chance for run out? Nope. Hotak gets that towards short mid wicket and scrambles a quick single. Good job from the new batter. Two more balls from Taj Wali to go. Can he find a way through Reefer? Reefer launches that towards mid-wicket, goes off a couple of bounces towards the fieldsman, a single again. The target is within 10 runs right now for strikers. It is a 5-4 field for the new batter who's also left-handed, so again 2 left-handers in the middle. 5 on the offside, a man at sweeper cover, a man at third man, and 3 fieldsmen in the deep on the leg side. Wali's last ball coming up. Can he find another wicket? Dab towards short mid wicket. There's Hotak sends his skipper back, and wisely so. That is a dot ball to finish Wali's extremely tidy 4 overs. He finishes with 2 for 17 and gives his team a glimmer of hope. Strikers now need 10 of 2 overs with 4 wickets in the bag, and Reefer would be on strike. There's a bit of a conference by the captain and the fielding unit, who is going to bowl the pivotal 19th over. If they can somehow keep this over to a couple of runs and take it to the last over, pressure can create some opportunities. We have a doubleheader coming up at this ground tomorrow as well. The Blazers will come back and take on the Grizzlies. The East Bay Blazers beat the San Ramon Grizzlies tomorrow in the morning, 10:30 a.m. And later on in the afternoon, the Strikers would face off against LA Lashings. Back live, Ayan. Big swing by Reefer, no contact. Ayan Desai bowled with a lot of pace and zest in the first 6 overs. He bowled 3 on the trot. He was a little unfortunate in the first over. A couple of insiders just flying to the boundary. Can he find a way past Reefer? Reefer hits it uppishly towards long on. It dribbles to him on the bounce. It's only a single. Ayan Desai has the new batsman in his sights right now. Can he bowl quick and full and find a leg before or a bowled? He has been bowling with a lot of feet to the left-handers especially. Ayan to Kamran Hotak. Oh, glided. Oh, it's a beautiful stop from the fine leg fieldsman in the ring. That was expertly guided by Kamran Hotak using the angle, but the fine leg fieldsman putting in the dive to keep it to 1. Good commitment from the fieldsman for the San Ramon Grizzlies. It's 8 of 9 balls. You can feel the tension in the air. Can Ayan price out a wicket at this penultimate over? Especially, can he get rid of the set skipper? Can he get rid of Ramon Reefer? Pulled, or was it lofted uppishly? Long off keeps it to 1. Long throw back to the keeper. You can sense a little bit of tightness amongst the players in the middle. It's 7 of 8 balls, 3 singles on the bounce. Desai's got a couple of more balls to inflict any possible damage. It brings young Kamran Hotak back on strike. He's a 20-year-old from Afghanistan. He captained the Afghan under-19 team. He strikes faster against pace compared to spin. Beats the bat. Beautiful quick bowling there. Just short of a good length. Eliciting a tentative push from the batter. Lovely pace from Desai. Can he finish with a wicket is the big question for the Grizzlies. He's got one last ball. Can he find a wicket? 7 of 7 balls. And if you folks on the stream, we appreciate you watching. This game is going down to the last over. Desai's last ball coming up. Guided towards third man for a quick single. Desai finishes his 4-over pacey spell with a very tidy 1 for 23. 143 for 6 after 19 overs. Strikers need 5 of the last over. Correction, they need 6 of the last overs to go for the victory. Don't go away, folks. Six in the last over is the chirp from the dugout to the batters in the middle. Kamran Hotak would be on strike after that last single. He's got 3 of 5 so far. Harish Kakani has got the ball in his hand for his 3rd over. He's traveled for a few runs of especially his 1st over and in the 2nd over. Can he find a bit of composure and control at the death and surprise the strikers? Harish bagged 12 wickets in the 2023 season and 10 in the last season. He would love to add to that right now at this pivotal stage. Harish to Hotak. Slap through the gap in the cover region for a single. I think about 2, but there is a man at sweeper cover cleaning up. That is 1 of 1. 5 of 5 with 4 wickets in the bag for strikers. There is a strong breeze across the ground. It's towards the mid-wicket region for the left-handed batter. So anything in his arc, Reefer would be targeting the deep region the mid-wicket region. That was slapped towards the mid-wicket region. Square leg dives. They have enough time to come back for 2 runs. Three needed of 4 balls right now. Can Reefer, the skipper, see it through? 3 of 4. He's batting on 31 of 27. He's looked comfortable all innings. Kakani to Reefer. Much better from Kakani. Full and almost Yorker length. Dug out into the offside for a quick scramble single. 2 and 3, 2 and 3 is a chirp from the dugout. Kamran Hotak back on strike. Can Kakani surprise Kamran with something here? Can he bring in the number 9 batter at the death? There is a helmet being supplied to the wicketkeeper. Perhaps the keeper is going to stand up. Possibly to be up at the stumps to collect a throw. 2 of 3, folks. Kakani to Kamran. Oh, it's bobbled off an edge towards the region behind the keeper. A single, which means the scores are level. A bit of cheer from the strikers dugout because the scores are level. 1 of 2 right now. And the skipper is on strike. Kakani to Reefer. 1 to win. It's going to be a tight single. There's an appeal for a run out. There is a bit of celebration in the middle. The red jerseys are swarming in. The interesting thing here is Reefer is possibly stuck at the non-striker's end. Do we have a replay? That is a cut shot slapped towards point. Fieldsman diving into the throw. Keeper making no mistake. And Kotak run at the non-striker's end. It was an eventful penultimate ball there. Hotak departs for 5. Reefer at the non-striker's end. Number 9 is in the middle, about to face his first ball. 1 run needed off the last ball. Folks, this is a photo finish. This is a cliffhanger. A bit of applause for Kotak as he returns for a useful 5. He was composed through the death, although the last bit was a little tough. A streaky single, unfortunately, ending with a run out. Can Kakani pull a miracle here? Can he force a tie and take this to super over? Lots of red jerseys swarming around in the middle. The field has been pulled up. We've got a right-hander in the middle. I'm trying to find the batter's name. It's a 5-4 field. Everybody in the ring, 5 on the offside. Oh, big strike towards mid-wicket. That has eluded the fielders because it's been lofted upishly. That is the boundary. Strikers take the win of the last ball. They win by 3 wickets. It has been a hard-fought contest by both sides. Eventually, the composure of strikers taking them over. Kakani bowled that. Can we have a replay though? Kakani bowled that into the wicket. The batter going back and rocking out a pull shot. The fieldsman being in, which meant it was a comfortable boundary to finish. Strikers take the win by 3 wickets. It's been an eventful afternoon. Refer stays unbeaten, 33 of 30. He sees his side home, although he was at the non-strikers in for the last ball after that penultimate ball run out. Good entertaining cricket from both sides. Good composure and temperament from both sides to take it deep. Neither giving an inch at the death. Eventually, a pull shot fetching the runs for strikers. Let's take a look at the scorecard. Shehan Jayasuriya at number 3, 31 of 27. Shivam Mishra with 16 of 10 early on. Pranay Suri found some boundaries to add some impetus as well, 23 of 20. Ramon Refer staying cool, 33 of 30. But the man who broke the chase was Gary Graham with 4 sixes of his 17 balls, 34 of 17, striking at 300. That made a ton of difference in the late stages of the innings. 5 extras adding to the cost, 149 for 7 after 20 overs. Number 9 walking into the middle to finish the chase off. Taking a look at the bowling scorecard, Ayan Desai and Taj Wali both operating with very, very good skill and pace. 4 overs, 1 for 23. Ayan Desai, Taj Wali, 4 overs, 2 for 17. They created a lot of problems for both batting unit across. Kakani, 3 overs, 1 for 37, a tad expensive. Vatsal Waghela, 3 overs, none for 24, some left-arm spin. Akash got a couple of important wickets in the middle stages with his off-spin, 2 for 22. Adil, 1 over of leg spin for 8 runs, and Sahil, 1 over of leg spin again for 15 runs. So it's a lot of variety in the bowling attack, but eventually 149 wasn't quite enough for the San Ramon Grizzlies. Fair play to the bowling unit. They tried hard all the way through the 20 overs. Let's take a look at the match summary, if we have a summary. Grizzlies had won the toss. Again, remember that they're playing with a new name now. They were Golden State Grizzlies last season. They're San Ramon Grizzlies this year. They won the toss and chose to bat first and posted a handsome 148 for 7. That is probably a few runs short because earlier in the morning, both sides were able to post scores north of 140, 150. Blazers got almost 200. So Johnson really head and shoulders above the rest of the batters in this game. 87 of 58. He powered the innings all the way till the death. And in the bowling, wickets shared by Katwazai, Houtak and Refer, 2+2+1 each. And Silicon Valley strikers, again, Graham, 34 of 17, broke the chase, and Refer showing some composure and leadership, seeing his side through at the death, 32 unbeaten of 29. And Wali, Sundaresan and Desai amongst the wickets. It was one hell of a close contest. Strikers take the win by 3 wickets, folks. We want to thank all of our folks watching live for following the game. We want to thank the teams for putting on some good display of cricket all through the day today, both in the morning and the afternoon. We thank the crew helming the broadcasting and camera, Bala and Bibu. And this is your commentator, Hari, signing off. Good evening, folks, and wherever you are, good evening, good day, whatever. See you tomorrow for another doubleheader. Have a nice day. Take care.